well, oh well, oh well, we're actually gonna do this. Oh yes, we're actually here, guys. This is gonna be one heck of an exciting thing, I guess. If you ask me about this, I am pretty much excited about where this is gonna go. And if you ask me, it is going to be just dandy. Probably. Just probably. Okay, before we get into things, it's best we actually revisit where we are when it comes to F1 Dream Ascent. Now, after round 1, okay, only 2 drivers finished because rain set in and everyone finished, well, everyone mostly did not finish except for 2 drivers. And because of that, this is the rundown of the championship points. Basically, everyone else didn't get anything, while only 2 drivers got the points. Now we're following the 6th place, the strict 6th place format. The fastest 6 drivers who are able to finish the race are the only ones entitled to the championship points, according to F1 2000 rules. Okay? This is according to F1 2000 rules. So this is where we are with this. This is quite the brutal thing. Alright? Basically, even I'm not on that. Alright? Gatoric Dragonair, that's my one. I'm on the Arrows team, together with Winnie Young. Okay? Just making sure that you guys understand that. Constructors, basically, it's only McLaren and Benetton that actually gets the points from round 1. So basically, this is where we are. Elite Lenny here, reporting for duty, and we are actually going to go on practice and qualify today. Yes. It's happening today. Basically, anyone can actually use their shit for all the good reasons. One chaotic race completely destroyed the standings. Round 2 will basically act like the real season opener. Because let's just be real. Oh yeah. Now, how exactly are we going to be doing this? We are going to start things off fresh. We are going to start things off on Interlagos GP. Hold on. Let me try to get that name again. Hold on. Where's arrows? Okay, Gatoric Dragonair. Here we go, guys. We're actually in it. Give me a moment here. Let's actually do some stuff first to make sure that things are actually well and smooth. Okay? Where is it? 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 By the way, considering that any of the F1 cars would actually be busted only based on their actions, I decided to make sure that the mechanical damage has been reduced to 50%. Even AI can make real problems when it comes to the transmission. Because I discovered that as well, because the number of times they keep using the transmission the wrong way. So, yeah, there we are. 50% mech damage, because, yeah, even they got the means to actually bust up their transmission. It won't reach up to 2 hours. Like, yeah. Give me a moment here. Let's just make sure. change up the... Color 95 to 96. No change. Still in Zane Jordan. Alana Murphy 94 to 95. Piatri is Albuquerque. Jackson Clarkson, 85 to 94. Uh-oh. Based on interviews. Juliet Campbell to 89. Ew. Kubo Tadayuki, outperformed my teammate badly. For Latardio from 92 to 91. Faye Solderman, stay. Gabriel Rutsalainen, small game from data use. The others stay. Alright. It's up to qualifying now, guys. It is up to qualifying now. This is now skill update number this is skill update 2, basically. And I will still be Mr. Dragon I will still be Mr. Diederik Dragoner from the Netherlands. Supposedly I'd be having I'd be the archetype of Jos Verstappen instead. Alright. All good to go. Let's try to make sure we are all set, I guess. Let's try to make sure that we're all good before we proceed. I guess we are. Okay, give me a moment here. I will just set up a couple of things before we proceed in it. Ooh. Alright, guys. I'm gonna start off the session, and then I'm just gonna head to the bathroom after I start off the session. Okay? Just to make sure that things are actually looking okay. Alright, I think we are on. We're on to race 2. Interlagos. Alright. We're gonna start off round 2 with the practice and qualify at least 2 hours. We're gonna do a real mental and technical reset because I think. Oh, hold on. Before we do that, let's remove one of the. Let's remove one of the things. The pit app I'm gonna disable because I want them to really just go ham on that because they are definitely gonna need to make sure that they're set when it comes to actually getting the best time. I don't want them to actually like get interrupted with stuff. All right then. Hold on. Nothing wrong with this shit, I guess. Okay. Hold on, yeah. Depending on how they do, they might switch around. They might switch around their shit often. Okay, they will switch around their shit often. That's how things. That's how things are. When it comes to stuff. These are the ones to watch, especially when it comes to these things, you know. Right now, Zane is definitely quick. Holy shit, dude. I'm just watching just to make sure that there is no error when it comes to them making it to the pits. Zane, Jordan, Owen, Morgan. They're basically the ones who are starting to just lead this shit. Oh my god, they're just fighting it out of the corners. It's just something. Jaime Juarez, however, is definitely still on top of this game. He did take a confidence hit. All right, he did take a confidence hit from round 1. It's just he did not have the best time ever since round 1. So far, the best splits go to Jaime Juarez, especially. I'm just making sure that I got all things down before I participate in it, because yeah, we got 2 hours. All right, gonna start getting the setups ready and stuff. Arrow is gonna be I can go for softs. I'm gonna check how the current speeds are before I start adjusting the gears. Okay, I'm Juarez right now. So good up to, I guess. I guess I had around 320 or something like that. Yeah, 324 is good. Seems that's all good. Wait. Alright, that, and be very careful with these types of things. Interlagos, okay. Qualify. Save it. Okay. Okay, guys. I think we are on. Let's do some. Let's do a couple of laps, and then I'll head to the bathroom for a bit, see if everything changes, and then maybe, just maybe, it'll be better. It'll be better now. I screwed that one up. Alright, let's do this again. Ah, shit, dude. Ah, not again. Keep spitting out on that corner. I gotta change how I approach that corner. I like it when V10s actually serve your shit better than today's 2026 F1, for Pete's sake. I like this shit better. Heading back to the pits. Just 15 will do, and then we'll see. 2, 3, 4. Okay. just gotta soften my braking. I can't enter on turn 1 hard. I really need to take that turn gently. Start of the race, turn 1, I should definitely be careful of. I know. But this time I gotta be... Alright, let's do this. Ah, crap! Way off track, god damn it. Damn it. Ah, fine. Send me back to the pits. God damn it. Gotta do something. Ah, god damn it! My approach is always wrong. Damn it. time, but I only changed on one position. Ah, god damn it. Back to the pits then. I only changed one position. I don't like it. I'm gonna check my telemetry to make sure that I got things right. At the moment, I only got one posted time, but I gotta do some more to really just make sure that I need to do adjustments, basically. Alright. Guys, give me a moment. I'll be back. I need to, like, head to the bathroom first, and then I'm gonna check my telemetry, so yeah. Right, I've actually returned, and thank God I did. Right, how long do we have until it's all over? We've only spent at least 30 minutes. So Jaime Juarez hasn't changed. Hasn't changed. The time I have is 1:19.685. Leader has 1:15.847. That's how fast it is. As for telemetry, let's see. Okay. The highest speed that I was able to achieve. Hold on. I should at least update my setup. Put it to at least 312, 318. Yeah, 318. It'll be better. I need to have a sharper. I need to have a sharper gear response, so that'll be how it is. I think I can do this now. Yeah. I think I can do this. I better check the info and everyone else, see how the timetable is. I want to observe this guy. I want to at least observe the next one. Chloe de Herrera has really fallen down. Chloe still is doing less and less time. Completely different from everyone else. I gotta make sure that I'm in it now. 2, 3, 4. Gotta have a sharper entry into that corner. I gotta work on that turn. Ah, shit, dude. Back to the pits. I haven't posted these in time. Right. Let's try this again. No. Trying it again. Hey, Winnie. You're here. Gotta check the telemetry. It's just... God damn it. I'm still not optimum enough. I'm still not optimum enough. Are there any placement changes? No? God damn it. Okay, give me a moment. See if I can actually make some changes on my shit. Because seriously, it's just not helping. My shit's just not helping. try this. Alright. Let's try this setup. So what I did was just raise... What I just did was just raise the rear. The rear height. We'll see if that actually helps during turn-ins. Ah, you son of a bitch. You idiot. Jeez. Let's try this again. This time try to put the radar on because I think the radar was off. Yeah, it was right. Gotta be kidding me. I think I got that feeling down already. No. Okay then. But that wasn't my flying lap. Hey, Golden Brian. What's up? I'm doing practice and qualifying for the second round of F1 Dream Ascent. How are you doing? I'm just keeping my shit focused because I only have 2 hours to do both. Damn it! Keep getting invalidated for Pete's sake. Let this be a decent one, please. Tell me it'll be decent. Oh my god, still no change, for Pete's sake. Oh my god, how do I do this? I'm heading back to the pit. There's something I'm missing. There's something I'm missing. I don't know what the heck I'm missing here. What am I doing? What am I doing right now? I still haven't dented. I still haven't. Oh my god, bro. The gap is just not improving. I'm still in last place, and dude, I got no hope on this one. I got no hope on this one, bro. I just don't. Jeez. I don't like it. I don't like this at all. I gotta watch. Hold on. Turn one. Okay. Maybe I can forego traction and then entirely make sure that... Hold on. Am I coasting? Okay, I'm gonna try something and I'm gonna see if this would work, okay? Got a lot of invalidated lap times. Damn it. Gotta do better here. This is why I don't like no traction. On mouse and keyboard, it's a problem. But I am faster without the traction. This is why I don't... Oh my god, bro. Now, I'm going back to the pits, and then I'm going to... Lowest setting then. Oh, you gotta be kidding, God. That is just... No. Lowest setting, traction. Fine. When the car spins like this, but I'm much faster this way too. The thing is, I'm still using mouse and keyboard for shit, dude. Are you serious, bro? Leave this. No. I want to be stable. I'm not gonna... Oh, one spun out. Right. Okay. Guys, give me a moment. I just stood up. How the heck do we do this? Oh no, he got into an accident. god, there was one stranded over there. I'm simply getting slower. I'm checking my lap times right now. It's just not good. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna turn something on and I might come off as a jerk by actually using it, but I'm gonna need it. I don't like to fall behind when it comes to awareness, and I need awareness. A lot of it. Thing is, I have to be stable, and I'm not stable right now, so I'm gonna need it.
Carpet right, long. Carpet left, long. Two right, very long. Tightens. 400. Two left, 300. Six left. Carpet right, long. Carpet left, long. Two right, very long, tight. 400. Two left, 300.
There it is. just gonna head to the pits, okay? Oh, that sucked. Back to pits, I guess. Well, there was an improvement. 119, 160, just because I have extra awareness. So Rally Co-Pilot was actually what I needed at the moment to actually get me gain awareness. Because I really need awareness right now since... Holy shit, dude. I don't have it. And I need it. I need it! That's what's gonna happen. I only got 42 minutes left. Let me see if anyone else needs me, so give me a moment here. Alright, I gotta stop being a bitch and try it again. Give me a moment here. We're already getting somewhere. It's just... Try 50 for now. I want to keep giving it my all, bro. that stuff.
2 left long. 3 right, 500. 3 left long, 500. 'Arpin right, long. 'Arpin left, long. 2 right, very long. Tightens. 400. 2 left, 300. 6 left. 3 right. 500.
No! No! Shit!
3 left, long, 500. 'Arpin right, long. 'Arpin left, long. 2 right, very long, tight. 400. 2 left, 300. 6 left. 3 right. 500. 3 left, long, 500. 'Arpin right, long. 'Arpin left, long. 2 right, very long, tight. 400. 2 left, 300. 6 left. 3 right.
Ah, son of a bitch!
3 left, long, 500. 'Arpin right, 2 right, very long, tight. 400. 2 left, 300. 6 left. 2 left, long, 3 right.
Oh, son of a bitch. Oh, Winnie, hey. You're there.
500. 3 left, long, 500. 'Arpin right, long. 'Arpin left, long. 2 right, very long, tight. 400. 2 left, 300. 6 left. 2 left, long. 3 right. 500. 3 left, long, 500. 'Arpin right, long. 'Arpin left, long. 2 right, very long, tight. 400.
Damn it!
Two left, 300. 6 left. 3 right.
Ah, you gotta be kidding me.
500.
Oh, god damn it. I hate this so much.
Long, 500.
I'm not having the best time right now. Oh, there we go. I hate that so much, bro. I hate this so much. This is just completely bullshit. Complete bullshit. I'm going nowhere right now. Okay. Well, okay, I'm not sure if this is wise, but I'm changing compounds to medium. I don't know if this is the wisest choice, but I gotta make something happen.
Two left long. Three right for 500. Left, long. To right, very long. Tight. 400. To left, 300. Long. Carpet left, long.
This is a mistake.
Two right, very long, tight. 400.
God damn it.
6 left.
I'm not gonna make it, am I? Okay. Hopefully this works. We're back on soft compounds, but this time...
2 left, long. 3 right, 500. Carpet right, long. Carpet left, long. 2 right, very long. Tighten. 400. 2 left, 300. 6 left. 2 left, long. 3 right. 500. 3 left, long. 500. 'Carpet right, long. Carpet left, long.
Yeah, shit, dude.
2 right, very long. Tighten. 400.
Aggressive pacing wise, however, I'm already there. It's just I need to correct a couple of things.
6 left. 2 left, long. 3 right. 500. 3 left, long. 500. 'Carpet right, long. Carpet left, long. 2 right, very long. Tighten. 400. 2 left, 300. 6 left. 3 right. 500. 3 left, long. 500.
'No, no, no! Why do I keep losing control like this shit?
Carpet right, long. Carpet left, long.
Okay, I'm going to the pits. I gotta make something happen, or it's not gonna change at all.
2 right, very long. Tighten. 400. 2 left, 300. 6 left. 500.
guys like to stick around, fine, but whatever. Gotta make a better impression of shit. Alright, you know what? Alright, you know what? Let's do it. Let's try again. I don't have to like shit, but here we are.
Use left long. Breeze right, 500. Right, very long. Tight. 400. Two left. 300. 6 left. Hairpin right, long. Hairpin left, long. Two right, very long, tight. 400.
Shh.
300. 6 left. 3 right. 500. 3 left, long. 500. 'Hairpin right, long. 'Hairpin left, long. 2 right, very long, tight. 400. 2 left, 300.
Ah, fuck!
6 left. 2 left, long. 3 right. 500. 3 left, long. 500. 'Hairpin right, long. 'Hairpin left, long. 2 right, very long, tight. 400. 2 left, 300. 6 left. 3 right. 500. 500. 'Hairpin right, long. 'Hairpin left, long. 2 right, very long, tight. 400. 2 left, 300. long. 3 right.
Are you serious?
Left long, 500. Carpet right long. Carpet left long. 2 right, very long, tight. 400. 2 left, 300. 6 left.
'There's no way I'll be able to make a much faster time than this. God damn it. I hate it so much. Winnie Young is in the top 10. Holy shit, dude. Basically, Hyman awareness is really leading this shit. Entirely. Well, here it is. Basically. I cannot for the life of me believe that this is the final placements. I can't for the life of me believe this. Qualifying session, okay? This is just qualifying session for Pete's sake. Oh my god. I don't know how else to say it, but goddamn. Well, that has got to suck ass. That has got to really suck ass. Well, I'm not saving my qualifying because it's not really my thing anyway. Whatever. We're already here, I guess. That has got to suck ass. That really is just has got to suck ass. It's just damn. It's just damn. Alright, I'm gonna get the screenshots for the qualifying results so that you guys have the best check on it, I guess. Submit these just to ChatGPT so that there will be a skill update. There will be a skill range update. Jaime Barris is back. Back to number, I'm gonna start updating the Where's 100? Owen Morgan. Lieberman to 98. Duhamel 96, 97. Jackson Clarkson 94, 96. Valeriano Siracusa. Still there. Woody Young stays. No. Big jump, unexpected pace. 94. Zane Jordan 96 to 95. Solid but not stand out this time. Henny Kohler. I thought it's Henry. Juliet Campbell. He's got a huge recovery. Latardio's starting to gain more. Owen Callahan finally showing pace. Owen. Slight dip. Set up our tire gamble. Did not pay off. 93. Big drop. Whole momentum is gone. Alana Murphy. Ah, great. Yep. Progression after a lucky P2. Zenobia Orlando. Oh, man. Yep, there it is. Struggling. Okay, Chloe de Herrera goes back to 90. Marcel Valle. Oh, okay. Didn't know that I... Okay, fine. Hey, Solderman. Take a dip. From 90 to 88. Yep. Yeah, great. Alright, I'm gonna start. Updating now. Alright, I'm just gonna start adjusting the race grid. Okay. I need to ask if I should do rolling starts. Rolling starts or standing start. Okay, okay. Alright. So what will happen on race day is that 200 kilometers, right? Wait. I think I got everything set now, finally. Alright, so this is where we are when it comes to the actual grid. Right then. This is where we are at the moment. Alright? This is where we are. Basically, Jaime Juarez takes it. Number 1 over here. Owen Moog, his teammate, number 2. Basically, P1 and P2 are both McLarens. Karina Lieberman is the only one who's different as... I think she's the... That's the Jordan. Yeah. Wait, is that the Jordan? It's a Jordan, isn't it? Okay. Sorry about that. Need to make sure that I got everything correctly here. So, Winnie Young, my teammate, takes a nice 7th place, which is actually great. Right. 15. Rodolfo, Bar, 16, 17, 18, 19, 21, 22. Okay. Yep. There it is. There it is. Hooray, I guess. Hooray. Well, here we are. This is the grid we're going to be starting at. This is going to be the grid that we're going to be starting with. I'm at P21, which... it can mean anything, okay? It can mean anything, but I want to get myself there. But let me just try to see if I could. I'm still modeling the F1 2000 style racing. They always use standing starts. Alright, predictions on how the race is going to be on Friday, alright? What are the likely first lap eliminations based on the grid? Basically, this is okay, so basically we're going to do standing starts on Friday. That's not going to change, basically. Basically, this is what GPT is giving me. Owen Morgan is going to start aggressive. You're going to try a title momentum to try and take Jaime Juarez's thing. Yes, exactly. Likely to attack Warris immediately. High chance to overcommit into turn 1. She's gonna risk getting caught in Morgan and Warris's fight. Exactly. They're P1 to P3s, by the way. Late breaking move attempt, contact risk. Winnie Young. Her car might spin into might turn into spin or contact. May defend too hard. Medium risk. Not reckless, but everyone is attacking him. Valeriana Siracusa is opportunistic. He could get caught avoiding chaos. Basically, this is everything. Likely caught a midfield mess. Could push too hard too early. Basically, I'm P21, okay? Front 3, go aggressive, midfield move. If chaos happens again, it won't be physics this time. It'll be your grid's mentality colliding all at once. Yeah, that's gonna be violent indeed. We're gonna be starting it with rolling starts. Okay, I'm just gonna handle a couple of things because people are just going to be leaving to the southern province via road. Okay, so I just gotta make sure that everyone's already situated before I come back to it. We're gonna be doing some reactions, so yeah. Honestly, this thing is gonna be exciting on Friday. It's not gonna rain this time, but here's hoping, okay, that it does not rain. I would still be leaving this to pure, okay? So anything can happen. It will not be a plan. It will not be any timed weather, stuff like that. It's just not like the first time. It really just turns chaotic there. It just really just does. Anyways, I will see you guys later. Make sure that I actually, like, yeah. Gonna be doing some reactions later on YouTube. There will be live reactions, so yeah. Oh, hello, people of the world. I'm very sorry. I just had to make sure that I actually, like, get my loved ones acquainted to the car, and they actually had to go to the province this time, so yeah. Oh, so if you were expecting me sooner, I'm so sorry if I couldn't be there. Well, yeah, I'm very, very sorry. I just needed to make sure that my relatives actually get settled into the car, and then yeah, I was helping them move some stuff because they'll be there during Holy Week. The family, some of the family is going to be somewhere else, basically outside of Metro Manila. They'll actually be spending time with my pops down there in Batangas for a couple of days, so I'll be taking care of the dog. I'll be taking care of the dogs here. I'll be taking care of the dogs definitely here, so yeah, I'll be doing that. So, what are we exactly going to be doing at this time? We're going to be doing reactions, okay? Plain and simple, we're going to be doing reactions, and I think... Hold on. Let me just make sure that everything... I'm going to get everything set up, okay? Just before I do anything else, I'm gonna get the thing set up. So yeah, here we go. Yeah. Alright. Okay. I'm gonna be reacting to... Okay. I'm gonna be real with you. I'd like to actually do reactions peacefully without considering these reactions as, honestly, quite controversial. But at the same time, I just cannot avoid this. It's already bad enough that there is a conflict in the Middle East, alright? It's already bad enough that there's already a conflict. It is already bad enough. And then we eventually try to find some sort of reprieve from all of this. That all will be fine. But if the leadership of the instigating country is not fine, and is still threatening to actually continue the conflict in the Middle East, which he cannot pull out, because if he pulls out so abruptly, he will lose. He loses big time. So his only option is to stay and humiliate himself more, to the point that he will be desperate to call for others' help. But here's the thing. I have heard that the North Atlantic Treaty Organization is starting to talk about completely disassociating the United States from the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. Here's the thing. Trump blames the North Atlantic Treaty Organization for not being there for the United States, but NATO has no obligation to be with the United States. Especially if the United States starts a war on their own together with another party that is not even North Atlantic Treaty Organization in affiliation. Israel is not in NATO, okay? Let's just be real about this. That's right. So I had to actually check. NATO definitely does not welcome Israel, especially with what they've done. They try to destabilize a region all because they not only need the oil, but they need to vanquish their enemies. Here's the problem. There's no evidence that Iran ever produced nuclear weapons using their enriched uranium. They're using enriched uranium for something else, and the United States and Israel keep insisting, even bombing on the enrichment sites of Iran, that Iran is producing nuclear weaponry, which from the beginning was not evident until, well, and it's still not evident to this day. Iran is simply producing missiles and drones only. No nuclear weaponry. But no. The United States and Israel did not listen to common sense, and look where they got us. They are attempting to destabilize the Middle East, all because they think Iran has nuclear weapons, which is already a load of bullshit. How many times does this have to be repeated? This is like Iraq all over again. Okay? There is good reason for Afghanistan, but not Iraq. Seriously. That's a step way too far. And now for current stuff, this is in relation to the Middle Eastern conflict against Iran, and with Iran against US-based covering regions. Basically, there's a video in YouTube called "Trump's Next Iran Move Just Leaked," and this comes from Harry Sisson. I've have seen Harry Sisson from TikTok, and I actually followed him on TikTok, and then I followed him on YT, which is why I watch Harry Sisson's videos too. So I thought, hey, let's also react to this video as well. Why not? Nothing bad about it. We're actually going to feature him on our channel as well, so, because yeah, let's just be real. The presidency of the United States is a mistake in itself, okay? The first time he ran, and the second time he ran, all mistakes he did not regret, all mistakes he did not reflect on, and now it's starting to crumble quick. He's already a criminal, a proven criminal, because he is one of the factors that started a certain child exploitation ring during Jeffrey Epstein's time. He is a criminal then, and he's a criminal now. Considering that he's getting civilians killed, he's getting his own citizens killed. He's getting soldiers killed now, too. You know how so ridiculous this becomes that eventually you'd have to realize that your own president is a dictator? Except here's the thing. The Trump family was put into politics simply because they got interests or they were actually steered into it. I don't entirely know why the Trump family has ever got into politics and then got into positions of power in the first place, but Trump should never have run for that candidacy in the first place. But here we are. We're in a reality where he is president, and we're in a reality where he is ruining everyone's plans and everyone's dinner and everyone's future just because of his bullshittery. So what is it about this time? Well, let's find out.
So we now know what Donald Trump is going to be saying tonight in his primetime address to the American people about the Iran war. So maybe this video will save you the time. You don't have to watch his speech, but he is going to declare that the Iran war is winding down, that all military objectives have been met, and the issue with the Strait of Hormuz being closed, it is no longer on the United States to solve it. It is on other countries, specifically European countries.
Excuse me, what? Trump started this war? He pulled America into this war. And now he's saying that other countries have got to clean up his mess. I'm just going to say it here right now. Where is the frickin' guillotine? We need to bring it to the White House. God, this is unacceptable. This is absolutely unacceptable.
To solve it. That's what Donald Trump is going to be saying. Now, I have a couple of immediate thoughts before we get into the story. Number one, I don't think Donald Trump is doing this because he thinks it's the right thing to do. I think he sees the numbers, them going down rapidly every single day, and he's panicking. I think Trump hates the fact that his approval rating is now in the 30s and that Republicans are not looking good for the midterms, but also, and maybe this is contradictory, but also, I don't actually think Donald Trump is going to wind down this war. I don't think he will.
Yeah, he won't wind down the war because if he abruptly leaves Iran, that would force him to pull out the rest of his own military and the United States assets out of the Middle East effectively, just because he left. So no, it is not in his interest to leave Iran either. So basically, he's stuck. But I actually don't mind, okay? I'm going to be real with you. I do not mind if we are only using the petro yuan to actually purchase our oil, because I would prefer that we are no longer America-centric when it comes to our energy dependency. If any other country is willing to speak out about this, it should be what they're supposed to say. Stop depending on a useless country that only caters to war hawks and puts their interests first. Instead of thinking of the consequences of their thoughts. If Trump were smarter, well, he doesn't want to be smart. Now look where we are.
The military is planning for these different ground operations to take Karg Island or something with the Strait of Hormuz, or to get Iran's uranium. These are all things that Donald Trump has talked about publicly. And so I would personally be surprised if Donald Trump had these plans made for him and then he talked about them to just not do it. But we shall see. We will get into this article, talk about what Trump is going to say tonight. Before I do that, though, please make sure to subscribe down below, drop a like on the video, comment, let me know what you think about this story. And without further ado, let's get into it. So I do want to start with the numbers. I mean, the numbers are not great. This is new polling we just got from CNN, literally as I was sitting down to film this video. So it just happened, and I want you to see, because across the board, these numbers are pretty devastating for the Trump administration. Watch.
But more breaking news that we are following tonight. President Trump is now just hours away from addressing the nation about this ongoing war with Iran. Ahead of the speech, we have new CNN polling that is debuting right now, showing how the country about this war. Now, just a third of Americans approve of how the president is handling his role.
There it is.
Chief as well.
All-time low, guys. All-time low.
Decision to take military action in Iran, and strong opposition has grown 12 points since the start of the war. 63% of Americans say that they believe it's likely that the war will turn into a long-term military conflict, and nearly 7 in 10 oppose sending U.S. ground troops into Iran. That is something that the president and the administration have repeatedly refused to rule out.
We from the Philippines do not mind if we buy our oil using the yuan currency instead of the dollar currency. I'm gonna keep making this point until it becomes clear to everyone else. We're abandoning the United States in regards to currency central stuff. Okay? Nothing else will change except that, well, nothing else will change. Our economy might just have to be dependent on something a bit more closer to home. Unfortunately, United States, unfortunately, Donald Trump, you're just forcing our hand here. It's becoming easier for Filipinos to just stop accepting American every time when it comes to argument. Clearly, this is no longer an American-centered interest. This is a selfish interest only for America, and Trump's making that true. Well, the Philippines is not supposed to say yes to it either. But of course, they're still friends with the United States. Fuck that friendship. We need this friendship to break up.
71% say they don't want Congress to authorize $200 billion for further military action in Iran. A lot to take in there. My panel.
Yeah, well, there you go. I mean, as I mentioned, the polling just across the board in every aspect is pretty bad for Donald Trump. There wasn't a single positive poll there, or even a positive they could take away from a poll. And Donald Trump is a numbers guy, not a math guy. Let me be clear, not very good at math. But when I say he's a numbers guy, he likes the polls. He always talks about the polls. He calls them fake when they're bad for him, great and real when they're good for him. So he's definitely paying attention to these numbers, and he is not liking what he sees. And that brings us to what Trump may be saying in his speech tonight, according to Politico. So he's going to declare that the war is winding down and more. He's going to use his primetime address to declare that the month-long war in Iran is winding down against a backdrop of spiking oil prices and increasingly dismal poll numbers.
To manipulate the market. That's what his goal is. To make sure that he comes out on top to profit. The only thing he has in his mind is profit. Hey, America, get your dumbass president off that chair and hold special elections, because Donald Trump is not even fit to even serve his own office. He doesn't serve your interest, so remove him like CW 2024. Do that. If you've watched Civil War 2024, please do so. Then you'll know what to do.
A backdrop of spiking oil prices and increasingly dismal poll numbers. I mean, look, I think if you've been following Donald Trump in politics for any amount of time, you're familiar with his motivations now. When Donald Trump does something, it is never for the good of the country. It's never, him making a tough decision despite the numbers to help people. He's doing it because he thinks it'll help him and the Republicans and his party broadly, so he can enact more of his agenda. The president has telegraphed that message in interviews, social media posts, and public comments over the past 24 hours, laying the groundwork for a speech that is expected to claim that all military objectives have been met, according to 6 people familiar with the planning and granted anonymity to speak candidly. He also intends to harshly scapegoat NATO allies for the biggest unresolved matter of the war, Iran's ongoing restrictions of shipping traffic through the Strait of Hormuz.
Wow.
Everything we just read, everything that Donald Trump is claiming is just not true. I mean, he says that all military objectives have been met. Well, we still don't even know what their military objectives are, but taking a guess, because of what Trump and Marco Rubio said, they said, we want to eliminate their nuclear program, make sure that they can never get a nuclear weapon. Well, they still have their uranium, according to reports. They still have their uranium. The United States hasn't gotten that. So that seems like a failed military objective to me. And Iran is still shooting missiles at the United States and Israel and our other allies in the Middle East. And if they're still shooting missiles, their missile program has not been obliterated. And if they have the Strait of Hormuz closed and we can't get it open, then that means their military is not obliterated. So I don't know what military objectives they think have been accomplished, given the ones that they have set out somewhat randomly over this war. But it doesn't seem like anything, has been tremendously done in this war.
Basically, it just proves that Donald Trump is an absolute loser. Please chant, Trump is a loser. We gotta make sure that Make America Great Again as a cult stops existing. No, even if they do exist, we gotta tell them to stop existing as an organization, as a cult. Because this is what they're seeing regularly now. Trump being a loser. Trump is no god. Trump is not their god. Trump is their emperor, but their emperor is also a loser. Just like all the Khans in Mongolia. They were victorious at only one point, and they were proven. Trump, however, has not been proven. He's been avoiding conflict after conflict after conflict. He had been tested again and again and again. And every time, he lost. He lost on the things that matter most. If this still does not give you any sort of reason to permanently leave him, you would need to get yourself evaluated. Absolutely.
And the final thing on this paragraph briefly, he wants to scapegoat NATO allies. So let me just get this straight. Donald Trump gets the United States, us, into a war. Europe and our NATO allies do not want to be part of the war. And now Donald Trump is blaming them for not being part of the war. It's the typical Trump playbook that when he messes up, he causes an issue that hurts all of us. It is somehow somebody else's fault. So now it's NATO's fault because the Strait of Hormuz remains closed. I mean, it's so ridiculous. Steve Bannon, Trump's former White House chief of staff, said the president will essentially declare victory, laying out what he's achieved in Iran and what he will do before the United States leaves, along with dumping on the NATO allies. It's their issue. 2-3 weeks, definable objectives. I came, I saw, I conquered. And we are hanging around a couple of weeks to conquer some more, maybe even then a ceasefire, while reiterating that the Hormuz situation is the Gulf Emirates' and the Europeans to solve and declare victory, he added. The president's decision to deliver a major address about the war's endgame comes...
This is such loser behavior. Claiming that you would actually get in there to finish it and then just leave and then just leave it for everyone else to actually clean up your mess. It's just so loser behavior. No one is fond of that kind of behavior.
As an additional 2,500 Marines make their way to the region, may be primarily an attempt to assuage voters' concerns and Wall Street's unease about energy markets and the knock-on effects of the strait closure. With the conflict ongoing, the speech offers Trump an opportunity to lay out the war's objectives, which he still really hasn't done, what amounts to victory, and how he intends to move forward if the ceasefire talks sputter. Politically, it's a heavy lift for the president, given the broad unpopularity of the Iran war and his own relative unease at delivering more scripted formal remarks direct to camera from behind the Resolute desk. You know, keep an eye out if you do end up watching it. I'll watch it for you so you don't have to, but keep an eye out for him to go off script. You know, he loves to do it, and then he says wild crap. This is a big challenge for Donald Trump because it's not his natural environment. It cannot be confrontational. It needs to be reassuring, one of the people familiar said. It needs to be very direct because he's not just communicating with the American people, but the Iranians, our allies in the region, and our allies in Europe. Interesting. The president's first primetime address since the war began comes about 2 weeks ahead of an oft-repeated 4 to 6 week timeline for military operations in Iran. So I guess he thinks we've won, or at least that's what he's going to be claiming to the American people.
Yeah, he's not
going into this speech.
He's going to claim that, and people are just not going to like it. They're never going to like this side of Trump, this side of his personality in which he just lies. He just keeps lying, and there are people who still believe him. The ones who keep staying with him are the ones who just believe him, or the ones who have other agendas in mind.
Thinking that every word that Donald Trump will be saying is entirely scripted to try to declare victory. Whether that's true or not, I mean, anything that Donald Trump says, especially in speeches like this, it's not based on truth. It's not based on what's actually happening, what's taking place on the ground. It's based on what's good for the administration. And I think everybody should really keep that in mind going into this speech tonight. So anything he says, any claim of victory, I'm just going to, in the back of my mind, be thinking, okay, so this is how the administration is trying to play it. They're trying to claim that this means victory, or this new definition they came up with means victory. Who knows what they're going to go with tonight, but we shall see. So I will leave the video there. I just wanted to quickly talk about this article with you and the speech tonight ahead of it. Thank you so much for watching. Please make sure to subscribe down below. Drop a like on the video, comment. Let me know what you think about this. Let me know if you're going to watch the speech. And if not, I got you covered. I will watch it and update you. Have an amazing rest of your day, and we will talk soon.
I'm just going to be real with you guys. I don't think Trump is going to pull out of Iran. And even if he did, if he abruptly just leaves like that, it's not a victory. It is not a victory. Iran's military is still up and running. Iran is still up in arms in regards to what Israel and the United States have done. All the while that America still has not apologized at all, and still has caused an energy crisis that people are just going to have to suffer from just because Trump feels like it. Well, we're all seeing it right here, guys. He is a loser. How many times does it have to be repeated? Benjamin Netanyahu, Donald Trump, they're losers. Get them off their seats. We have got to get them off their leadership roles. We're tired, man. So I'm going to be doing one more reaction just to make sure, and then I'm just going to be doing something else. And then just lay in the groundwork for how things are. Wait, actually no. I'm bored at the moment. I'm just going to have to go play some Counter-Strike 2 maybe. Because I like to actually I do like to actually do some practice. I do want to actually do practices. Besides racing, I actually do want to keep up my FPS prowess as much as possible because that's my primary platform. Ascent, of course, I completely do something else. Okay, it's completely something else. Considering we're now in the subject of gaming, we also have to be in the subject of technology, and with technology, there's unfortunately AI. When it comes to the subject of AI, let me tell you guys, it is still too prevalent around. It is still too evident around us. But considering, however, that there is news about AI, the AI's bubble starting to burst, I'm starting to just see the relief of us gamers eventually seeing that hardware prices would go down, but there's no chance it would go down immediately because data centers are still being built. Our efforts to shout of our desires to have data centers construction halted, it's not enough. Our voices are not enough. We have got to keep spreading awareness in the point of actually not just saving us water, but also saving us expenses as well. Because let's just be real, this AI revolution thing is just not helping us. It is not helping anyone. Even if we are making use of single-use prompts, sure, that could mean something. But never should it be used to suddenly change the way we actually perceive our lives here. It could help us with critical industry like the medical fields, sure. But AI is still being used to actually substitute for anything in the creative arts. Which is a bad thing because artists are losing their jobs on this. Just because of AI. Which is why I'm actually very, very happy to actually hear of the news about Sora, a branch of OpenAI, having been shut down because their model is not profitable. Okay? There's this video from Yongye, Yongyea, that's the spelling of the channel. There's this video from him called OpenAI's Sora only made $2.1 million US dollars, burning billions to maintain. That is embarrassing. That is embarrassing. That means no one sensible in the creative field, no one wants to make it a regular thing to replace Hollywood with artificial intelligence. Sora was supposedly a landmark deal for Disney, but Disney lost their deal when OpenAI declared that Sora be shut down because Sora is not profitable. Boo hoo, boo hoo. No one should care. Crash and burn. Let the AI bubble blow up. Because we need this AI trend to go away. I would rather just use AI in the minimum as a tool than be used to replace anything in relation to the creative arts. Absolutely. I would rather that happen. So I'm watching this video. Yes, and I am not sorry. In fact, I am happy. Okay, sorry. I actually just, yeah. Sorry, you didn't miss anything. Basically, you just missed some audio. But basically, what he said, there were developments even after Sora had shut down on March 24. That's what he said.
Via the following message posted on social media, which reads, "We're saying goodbye to the Sora app. To everyone who created with Sora, shared it, and built community around it, thank you. What you made with Sora mattered, and we know this news is disappointing. We'll share more soon, including timelines for the app and API and details on preserving your work."
Oh, boo-hoo, OpenAI behind the Sora official app Twitter account. Boo-hoo, we do not care. Crash and burn.
The Sora team. You can see right here how much this news spread.
Give me a moment, I'll be right back.
from the fact that it garnered almost 50 million views. And generally, most of the responses we've been seeing online has been to celebrate the demise of an app. that ultimately served very little purpose for the amount of damage that AI construction and the creation of its infrastructure and the implementation of the technology has done to the economy, to the environment, to art, so on and so forth. You can see right here the majority of comments are just making fun of OpenAI for not being able to keep Sora alive for very long.
Yeah.
Highlighting the fact that it was just not a viable business venture and that the interest surrounding such an app wasn't significant enough for it to be something that made them money. And all the while, Disney was trying to secure a $1 billion deal with OpenAI.
Yeah, this is what I was saying. Disney just made a bad call. They want to try and invest in AI entirely without thinking whether this platform is profitable or not. Because if you want to invest in all your production with AI, you gotta check if that same platform you're investing on is profitable. And they have not been asking hard enough, and it was eventually revealed that Sora is not profitable. And now Disney just got trapped with this bullshit. Oh my god.
Over characters from Disney IPs and run it through Sora to create content that way. This was a deal that was inked back in December of 2025. Obviously, after the shutdown of Sora, all of that has fallen apart, with Disney pulling their investment and cutting any partnerships with OpenAI. Now, a lot of people are still wondering what exactly happened with OpenAI's Sora. Why did that app come crumbling down when OpenAI seemed to present it as one of their flagship products, one of their flagship apps? Generative AI content creation being a major push for a lot of platforms who are trying to make that a mainstream aspect of society so they can...
Listen, guys. When it comes to generative AI, you know what I think when it comes to generative AI? They keep using generative AI to actually make their efforts faster, okay? But the more they use generative AI in everything in relation to the arts, anything in relation to production, everything in relation to how the framework of something really is, the more it becomes so overused that they would start to not nitpick the little details that this AI keeps actually producing. Okay? This is the big problem when it comes to us general users who use general AI for everything. For everything, which is a big no-no. Maybe for questions, maybe for research, maybe for other stuff. But not anything in relation to accuracy, not anything in relation to genuine product making. No. Instead, all I've seen is slop, shortcut, slop, shortcut. It's endless, okay? It's endless. No wonder the AI bubble is going to crash and burn, because people just like to do shortcuts. It won't help them do good. They keep spending too much. And now we find out this shit is spent too much. I don't care. But I am watching just to laugh at OpenAI. Okay? They can just make sure that their own AI is at the bare minimum instead of expanding. The only thing that they can do is make sure that their large language model is actually accurate enough, instead of allowing the large language platform to actually make slop. But no, did they do that? No, they did not do that. Because all they cared for is profit, and more profit.
can profit tremendously off of the proliferation of that kind of technology and that kind of usage of the technology. Well, we're starting to see data and postmortems that highlight exactly why OpenAI's Sora was not a viable business venture. It was just
1 million per day. This is embarrassing. Absolutely.
just bleeding far more money than it was making. That's ultimately what it comes down to. And we have details such as this right here, published on March 30th, 2026. Polymarket said the filing on social media, breaking OpenAI Sora video platform was reportedly losing $1 million a day.
Because let's just be real. If you're like me and you're just only using AI tools via to get text responses or things like that, you wouldn't need to actually use a video platform that is primarily suited to actually generating AI videos. You can be knowledgeable or unknowledgeable about things, but if you do things right and you can actually do a lot of research, a lot of really good dignified research, you can make videos of your own without making the entire video generated by AI. Because let's just be real, this was an entire waste of your money. This was an entire waste of your time. So no wonder that Sora was losing $1 million a day just for maintenance. Because most of us are not even interested in this video platform. It just proves that OpenAI is spending for nothing and they're pieces of shit. We are happy that this is happening, and thank God it is evident.
Before they decided to shut it down. And when you put that number next to how much money OpenAI Sora actually made, it's abundantly obvious why OpenAI eventually felt the need to cut the cord on this one, with Anish Munka here kind of summarizing all of the reports that we've seen out there of OpenAI's Sora's finances and how untenable it was. This social media post starts with OpenAI Sora made $2.1 million across its entire 6-month lifespan. This is a figure that was reported by TechCrunch on March 24th, 2026. Scrolling down, you'll find a segment that talks about how App Figures estimates that in its lifespan, Sora made about $2.1 million from in-app purchases total across all of its monetization avenues, be it in-app purchases, credit bundles, so on and so forth. If we assume that the estimate of burning $1 million a day is true, that means that Sora's revenue barely made a scratch to make up for the expenditures involved with that app. But the thing is, the actual cost to maintain Sora may have been significantly more than $1 million a day. According to Anish here, that number may actually be conservative. That might actually be on the low end, citing how Wall Street analysts have...
Oh my God. Hey, OpenAI, you actually owe people very accurate answers, because this isn't it. This is not it. Loser! You are a loser. I am just not sorry.
Indicated that a single 10-second Sora video costs OpenAI about $1.30 per clip, which sounds cheap until you realize each clip needs 4 specialized chips running together for about 10 minutes. At roughly $2 an hour per chip, that's how $1.30 adds up. When millions of people were using it back in November, Forbes estimated that the daily bill was closer to $15 million per day. The rate at which money was burned from Sora is absolutely insane. And all this information can be confirmed. On November 11th, 2025, news outlet Futurism published the following article titled OpenAI is reportedly burning a ludicrous amount of cash on Sora.
And apparently there were reports already. That Sora is being spent on way too much. Oh my god, they did not monetize Sora from the beginning, guys. They did not monetize Sora from the beginning. Even if they did not monetize Sora high enough of an amount. It's just... wow. This is just Concord levels of bullshittery right here, guys. I know Concord is a game, but Sora is the Concord of OpenAI. Because Concord belongs to Sony. And Sora belongs to OpenAI, and so Sora means it's the Concord of OpenAI. It's such a loser product.
And scrolling down, you'll find data that indicates that a single 10-second clip could cost OpenAI roughly $1.30. Cantor Fitzgerald analyst Deepak Mathavanan told Forbes. OpenAI's own head of Sora, Bill Peebles, said it in October. He straight up came out on social media to say that the economics of Sora are currently completely unsustainable. And you can see Bill Peebles' tweet for yourself right here. On October 30th of 2025, he straight up came out and talked about how we have been quite amazed by how much our power users want to use Sora, and the economics are currently completely unsustainable. He full on said it.
We have been quite amazed by how much our power users want to use Sora, and the economics are currently completely unsustainable. You guys charge cheap for these shits. Wow, you guys charge cheap for that shit. You guys don't charge what you guys deserve simply because the technology burns itself out the more they do it. Honestly, the way they're going with this OpenAI, they're such losers. Absolute losers, these people.
Even the low-end estimate of OpenAI allegedly having burned through $1 million a day throughout its 6 months lifespan to keep the servers on is bad enough when the amount of revenue made from Sora is so minuscule. But then when you look at more realistic estimates of how much money Sora was burning when the amount of people using Sora was at its peak, when millions of people were using it back in November, and how the estimated daily bill was closer to $15 million, at that burn rate, we're talking about an app that required OpenAI to spend $450 million a month. And over 6 months, that would translate to about $2.7 billion. And if that kept Sora alive for a year, that would have amounted to $5.4 billion spent on this app that was making pennies compared to expenditures. And it didn't help me. From Sora's peak, it started to lose users.
Oh my god!
How fast Sora bled out. On November of 2025, the app was downloaded 3.33 million times in a single month, but then by February of 2026, the app only had 1.13 million downloads. Monthly downloads dropped by 2/3 in just 3 months, and then monthly revenue hit $540,000 in December, and then slid to $367,000 in January. The product was shrinking and the bill wasn't. And even at its peak, Sora's revenue was minuscule compared to the amount of money that they had to spend to keep the servers on, because AI is just so freaking expensive right now to power and to maintain. And then beyond how quickly OpenAI Sora was burning through money, there's also the fact that Sora was taking up valuable compute power that OpenAI could use for their other more profitable projects.
Yeah. Why continue to fund Sora? Why continue to spend for Sora if it's not even going to work out for them? If it gets way too resource, it keeps absorbing resources more than they can actually handle. Why did they keep funding this project? They wanted to prove to people that Sora is profitable, but it's not profitable. So what the hell are they doing? Just keeping their jaws open and not acting on it. They should have acted on this shit, but they didn't. I have to keep saying it. OpenAI is a bunch of losers, bruh. Loser.
As this user put it right here, every chip that rendered a 10-second deepfake couldn't answer a ChatGPT question or serve a paying business customer. Fiji Simo, who runs OpenAI's apps, told employees they couldn't afford side quests anymore. Their CFO, Sarah Fryer, was blunter on CNBC, saying we just are facing a lack of compute. OpenAI's advancements are going faster than compute advancements, so what she meant by this, as highlighted here, is that they essentially don't have enough processing power to go around, and we're burning hours on this. So by shutting down Sora, they can take all of the computing and processing power from Sora and put it in other ventures like ChatGPT and other areas of OpenAI that makes them more money. This post then delves into how Disney got the worst of it, how they had planned to invest $1 billion into a lot.
Yeah. Disney just keeps investing onto projects that might actually not make them profitable. And since Sora is not profitable and Disney did not ask well enough, this is what happens to them. Boo-hoo, Disney. You are losers when it comes to your manufacturing. You are losers when it comes to your production, especially after COVID came around, okay? Especially after COVID came around. You guys just had to double down on being anti-consumer, being anti-fan. Basically, you people don't have an idea on how reality works around different things, okay? Which is why I don't even like Disney in general. I don't even like Disney in general because they don't know what the hell they're doing. They keep buying up these companies. They try to buy up an investment and it doesn't work well on them. Well, it works well on them if the productions of these subsidiaries actually work, but it doesn't work on them if their own investments don't even make them money. And they didn't make money on Sora because Sora was losing money. So, boo-hoo, Disney is a loser, just like OpenAI.
OpenAI's Sora to generate content using Disney's properties and characters, but apparently Disney found out Sora was getting axed less than an hour before the public found out. No money had actually moved yet. The whole deal just evaporated. And all of this ultimately has to do with OpenAI's plans to go public later this year at a valuation of around $840 billion. And to justify that valuation, OpenAI has to cut any programs where far too much money is being spent, like Sora, a product that was burning an estimated $5.4 billion a year while bringing in $2.1 million in its entire lifespan. Those are figures that would scare away investors if OpenAI didn't do away with Sora before going public. Preparations for going public and creating the best image possible for investors is what OpenAI is currently working towards, which is why they're scaling back on numerous fronts, not just on Sora, but just various costly projects as it tries to reel in costs ahead of a prospective IPO or going public. In another article, CNBC highlighted right here that OpenAI has pivoted when it comes to data centers, no longer being focused as much on building data centers, but rather renting them out from companies like Microsoft and more recently Amazon. And that has caused some exclusivity debates because Microsoft invested in OpenAI expecting that OpenAI would exclusively use Microsoft servers. But OpenAI is trying to say that only API related stuff was going to be exclusive to Microsoft, while non-API related stuff they had free reign over when it comes to what cloud services and data centers to use. And so they went with Amazon. But Microsoft believes that's a violation of their exclusivity agreement. So they're getting ready to sue OpenAI reportedly. But essentially, OpenAI is trying to temper expectations, and OpenAI has come to the realization, according to Daniel Newman, CEO of Futrum Group, that the market doesn't necessarily appreciate the reckless approach to growth and spending.
No shit, Sherlock. Duh.
In order for Sam Altman and OpenAI to go public and it be received well by investors and to draw in investors, it has to present a business model that feels sustainable and viable for the long term. And thus far, OpenAI has looked like the opposite of sustainable. There are tons of red flags surrounding the way it's spending money and the revenue that can't keep up.
Burst that bubble. Burst that bubble. Burst that bubble. Burst that bubble. We're gonna need to burst that bubble, boys and girls, because it is about to explode. Are you sorry? Because I'm not sorry. I am definitely not sorry. I am just so happy that this is just happening.
With those expenditures, which is why OpenAI is trying to improve their image by cutting back on programs and apps like Sora, as well as canceling an initially planned expansion for their Stargate data center, which was recently reported, so on and so forth. They're just making cuts in areas where they can to try to make themselves look highly valued. It's a strategic shift that is aimed at making them going public as lucrative as possible. But what that also means is that OpenAI is having to settle for doing less while simultaneously trying to compete with other giants like Anthropic, Google, and a host of other companies developing AI models, apps, and features who are encroaching on OpenAI, in many ways surpassing OpenAI and their capabilities. But yeah, Sora was just woefully unprofitable, and it was a black hole for money. It didn't catch fire to a degree where it signaled that this was an app that kind of set the world on fire, that it was an app that became the new craze. A few select niche people who liked AI slop, Gen AI slop, used it, but the vast majority of people just ignored it and didn't care much for it, which highlights that AI isn't gaining the traction that a lot of companies want, especially in certain sectors like generative AI and Gen AI video production and image production and all these things that are fun to play with for a little bit, and then the fad passes, especially as the quality that they present just don't yield the same results that human artistry can yield. And all the while, OpenAI is trying to do anything and everything possible to desperately survive. Going public is a maneuver that is tied to them knowing that they're unsustainable right now as a private company, so they're hoping that going public will allow them to be more sustainable and allow them to weather out the storm until they become profitable, if that time should ever come. But all the while, they're making enemies out of partners like Microsoft, who are getting ready to sue OpenAI over exclusivity violations and
lawsuit. Not only is OpenAI in trouble because they're not profitable, but apparently their business model is reckless and it should be dissolved. Loser!
Then Disney is now not in favor with OpenAI because OpenAI just completely screwed them over and blindsided them by shutting down Sora without giving Disney much of a heads up and completely ruining this deal that they had planned together, so on and so forth. And then the optics surrounding OpenAI, the recent deal that they signed with the DoD, the negative optics that generated, the millions of users who decided to boycott ChatGPT and OpenAI products as a whole. It's just this big snowball that doesn't inspire confidence when it comes to OpenAI's future. Its optics are the worst they've ever been. But with all said and done, only time will tell what the future holds for OpenAI and its future endeavors. And there you have it, folks. That's everything you need to know about Sora's shutdown and OpenAI's decisions surrounding that. I'd love to hear what your thoughts and opinions are on all of this in the comments below. And to be further updated on all things gaming news, reviews, and discussions, stay tuned right here on Young Yeah. I'll see you guys next time. Young out.
I am just going to keep saying it again and again and again, just to make sure that your ears and your head remember, okay? You use OpenAI for minimum stuff. I use OpenAI for minimum stuff. But if they're just going to launch a project that is not profitable enough, why would they keep expanding on it if it's not profitable? Why? Just why? Oh, Sam Altman, you're really so stupid. Oh, yo, Rihanna, hello, welcome back, welcome and whatever. So yeah, you missed a couple of things, I guess. Well, not exactly a couple of things. I'm just I was actually doing a practice and qualifier for round 2 of F1 Dream Ascent, an offline bot championship that I'm actually in which I'm actually basically a mouse and keyboard sim racer driving a Formula 1 V10 Formula 1 car. Just letting you know. Welcome to the show. I'm just being myself. This is just post. This is just post stuff. Okay, it's not exactly the thing, but at the same time, it is the thing. While it is also not the thing. I don't. What am I saying? Okay, hold on. Let me just end a couple of things. Okay, hold on. I am just gonna make sure I end the thing here. Okay, good. I'm gonna disconnect as well because I will be using the offline services of CS2, and I like to use offline services of CS2 because of Counter-Strike 2 because it is fun. Okay, it is fun, and you cannot convince me otherwise. All right. I'm just doing practices for now because I'm not since I'm not doing online shit for now because I am just readying myself because I want to try and be better when I actually get back into the multiplayer lobbies of Counter-Strike 2. Okay. If it's not to your liking, it's cool. As for what I was actually doing earlier, basically I was doing some reactions. Oh, okay. I was doing gameplay at Santa Corsa first. Qualifiers for the 22 car race that's happening on Interlagos, the Interlagos GP in Brazil. Okay, basically what I was doing is just practicing qualifying. So yeah, and then I wasn't fast enough. There was only a difference between drivers of 4 seconds, a total of 4 seconds. The fastest one was able to finish 1 minute 15 seconds. I placed P21 of the 22 car in the 22 car grid. That is by itself is embarrassing. But there is going to be a rule when it comes to this championship. We all start with medium compound tires. If you don't know what Formula 1 is, well, you can just watch a video or two. I'm just gonna like enjoy myself a bit more because I like to welcome myself back into CS2 very often and shit. So yeah, hold on. Oh, hold on. Let me just do that. Let's make it happen. And a boom, and a boom, and a boom, boom, boom. Yo, what's up, yo? Oh, shit, dude. Come on. Stop being that shit. Please, no. Please, give me this. Give me that. If not, then I don't. Oh my god! As I was coming to the door. As I was coming to the freaking door. Ah, shite. I should have checked the closer one. Oh wow! Why from behind, bro? Why from behind? Oh my god. I was already in front of him. Don't mind about that. I was just configuring some controls because apparently my replay buffer can't even save because it was focused on the wrong stuff. Hey, what's up, yo? Basically, all I'm just doing here is making sure that I got good reflex training and that I sharpen up my reaction time whenever I come up to a corner, okay? As well as sharpen up my reaction time whenever I'm at a certain distance from anyone. Basically, it's a good exercise. Oh shit! Oh my god. A new way of reloading, by the way, is now more of a thing in Counter-Strike 2, by the way. Apparently, Counter-Strike 2 now depends on your knowledge about magazines because it now punishes you for doing ADHD short-term reloading, which is what I prefer, because we like the immersion of shooting guns without reloading prematurely, expecting that our guns would just magically have the number of bullets that we were missing from the magazine we threw away. Basically, we want to be immersed, and the players finally got it. But a lot of ADHD type players don't like that. They like to keep prematurely reloading their shit, like Call of Duty is doing. Complete bullshit, really. And they don't move. They don't move on this type of thing. I don't know if this is gonna get removed, because I rather prefer keeping this mechanic in which you are aware of the number of you are aware of the magazine being thrown away, instead of just instead of us actually just prematurely reloading per shot. Like it just makes us childish, you know, as shooters. You ever had that long in CS2, or you ever had that long in all in Counter-Strike that you only count per magazine, not per round? When it comes to fighting it, when it comes to actually doing so. Do you play Counter-Strike? You should put... Da-da-da-da-da-da. Oh my god, stop. Stop being an ass. okay. Shite, dude. That was so quick. Why? Hello, you. Shut up, bro. God. Yeah, what's up? Ah ha ha ha. I had my good run. Oh god, these shotguns can sometimes be OP. Oh, shh. Even if they're not that close, they can sometimes be OP. Okay? Hey! All in this ticket. Oh god, okay, sure. Here we go. Ah, he gotta be. Come on! Shit. I should have switched. Ah, ha, ha. Okay. Excuse me. Let me just get to another map. It's offline right now, so yeah. Alpine. I believe this is my first time going to Alpine. Yeah, this is my first time going to Alpine. First time heading to this map, by the way. This map. Really, just first time. Oh shit. Yeah, that's right. Shit, bro. Okay, fine. Uh-oh. 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 chickens. Chicken slashing is always a thing. Ah! Shit, bro. It can sometimes catch us off guard, bro. Oh my god, that's... They're everywhere, guys. What the heck? That's an Insta! That's an Insta! No way! No way that's real. Ah, shut the hell up. Screw you. Yeah. Ah, come on. We're in this together for the win, and... Hello, bro. Welcome to the show. How are you? Ah, man. Too much. Shit, bruh. Nah. Yep, there we go. Ah, God, not fast enough. God, you could be... At deathmatch, you can have your last second or you can have your best second. That's just how, yeah. Oh, come on. They were everywhere today. This is a new map, by the way. Community map, but hey, it's actually good, I guess. Shit, bro! Oh, wow. He was there. Ah, you just had to rotate that quick. Shut up. Shut up. Oh, God, wait. No, 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 no. Oh, no. No. Chinky little bitch. Damn it! Okay, okay. Shit, not fast enough. I gotta remember to heal. I actually gotta just remember to heal. Oh, maybe I should not have. That's a bot after all, so. Oh, God damn it. Oh my God. Oh, that's lucky. That's just been lucky. He was on low HP. Oh shit. Damn it. Okay, fine. Okay, sure. Damn it, they're every. These shotgunners are everywhere. You look at one place and then there's another in the corner, and then the second you look back to that corner, you just. Damn. Okay. Okay, got him. Yep. Yeah. Okay. Good run, I guess. I gotta remember that if I get 2-3 kills, I get at least the at least the health injection. No, 3 kills. It should be 3 kills. All right then. Okay. Got beat into it. Damn it. That's not good. Oh my God, no! I was about to do my third. About to do my third. Ah, God. Sure. Fine. Fine. We shall do it somewhere else. What about Warden? Is it Warden? I'm not sure if this map is familiar, but whatever. It's not that it's not, but I just... Wow. Yeah, this is a... Isn't this a familiar map? Somehow? This is not a familiar map, is it? I'm not sure what it is, but okay. This is not a familiar map. This is something else. Oh my god. There are just some bots that do so much better when it comes to shooting you from afar. Dude. Oh no! Yep. Oh my god! I panicked! I freaking panicked! Why did I stay still? I should not have stayed still. Oh god! From behind, bruh. Okay, that was... Ah, God. Wow. Ah, okay, fine. Okay. Yup. I tried. Sure. Wait a second. Wait a goddamn second. Go! Oh, how many times was I hit in the head? I was hit after the SMG instead. Okay then. No. Yeah, what's up? Oh my god, why did I charge head on, bruh? I still had a heal. I still had I still had a heal that time. I think I did 3. Did I? Never mind. Oh no! Yep. That was lucky. That was just lucky. Got swept off his feet. Yeah. Yeah, he was ready. Yep. Someone was ready for me. Someone is ready for me. Someone is always ready for me. Yo, okay. Good one. Okay, good run. Yes. One. Two. Ah, God. Okay. Thought I could do it, but whatever. Why? Oh, wow, we... Yep. Okay, sure. Oh, what? What's that sudden turn, bruh? Oh no! Oh my god, bro! Oh, that's crazy. I love the encounters like that, bro. Oh my god, I love that run. No shit. Really? Okay. That was okay then. was fine. That was okay. That was okay. Honestly. Should I like... Nah, wait. Where's the thing? What do I need? Bot difficulty 5, bot difficulty 5. I just gotta review some footage, so yeah, don't go anywhere if you'd like to like check stuff out, I guess, but just gotta check out if my footage is okay.
just once a day that I would pray for you. I'd go and misbehave just so you'd notice too. Sneaking looks up and down from across the room. And damn, what a hell of a view. I feel good, you look great, I like you, I can't wait. A first time, a first date, you're so fine, I'm so late. You sip wine, I drink straight, don't waste time to my place. I feel my heart erase, so catch me if I fall. Praying that this night's gonna last. You got it all on tap, I'm loving your vibe, always have your back. We like all the same tracks, listen all night in the sheets all black. Said I'm falling fast, don't remember life before you, that's fact. I feel good, you look great, I like you, I can't wait. A first time, a first date, you're so fine, I'm so late. You sip wine, I drink straight, don't waste time to my place. I feel my heart erase, so catch me if I fall.
I think this will be a good time to actually react to this one final thing. And I think during the live stream, I think this will be the best thing I could actually react to. So basically, our dear old boy, Donald, he actually addressed the United States today. Well, tonight. Well, basically, it's nighttime. Basically, this address. Most people might want to watch it. Sometimes those who were just pissed off of Trump just want to not even hear from him. I don't blame him. But if there's something that's going to impact the world, there's a need for me to actually hear this. So, we are here to actually see what the hell he needs to say. Because, let's be real about this, I do not give a damn about the lies that he's spewing. Because let's just be real, it's a waste of everyone's time and energy to even listen to this man speak nothing but lies. Okay? Now, whether this becomes a lie or not is something he can just prove. If he wants to even prove that he's not lying at all, I actually don't give a damn. Well, I guess we're doing this. We're just we're making sure we actually make this a thing about whatever. I just want to be very, very clear about this. Whatever he's got to say, if it is actually bad, we're gonna roast this again and again and again, because everything that's happening in Iran, he is not sorry about it. Like, he feels like he doesn't need to actually apologize. Like, he doesn't need to reflect. That's what hurts more, you know? It really just hurts more that he doesn't even care about it. Anyway, let's see what this big orange has to say about things, I guess. This particular video, this particular live stream is from CTV News, but it was live streamed to multiple channels. Let's see what this piece of shit has to say, I guess. We'll see.
Let me begin by congratulating the team at NASA and our brave astronauts.
Oh yeah, Artemis 2, that's right.
Of Artemis 2, it was quite something. It will be traveling further than any manned rocket has ever flown, and will.
Yeah, sure, but no thanks to you. You're not a science guy, okay? But of course you congratulate people because they launch rockets, and that's a huge thing for you. But you're not a science guy. Why would you care?
Very substantially past the moon, go around it, and come back home from a distance that has never been done before. It's amazing.
Like you know the significance of going far, you stupid ass. Like you know the significance. You do nothing but project, and when you actually go through something, you shut it down because when it's not worth your money anymore, you try to shut the hell up, and when others try to speak against you, you shut them up. You don't get to tell us how NASA can go far when you can't.
They are on the way, and God bless them. These are brave people. We want to God bless those 4 unbelievable astronauts. As we speak this evening, it's been just 1 month since the United States military began Operation Epic Fury.
No thanks to you. They started it because you ordered them to, because you had to go order it because of wrong intel about Iran producing nuclear weapons using the uranium. Once again, you're wrong. And worse off, you didn't even dismantle Iran's military within the month. And look what happened. There's an oil crisis now. It's not just us who's suffering, it's your people who are also suffering. Bitch, shut the fuck up.
Targeting the world's #1 state sponsor of terror, Iran. In these past 4 weeks, our armed forces have delivered swift, decisive, overwhelming victories.
Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna try to pause and try to speak over this bullshit rhetoric that is trying to speak repeated talking points repeatedly. Let me just be very clear about this. The only reason that Iran is actually defending itself well is because they were preparing themselves for decades. Okay? The 50s was when they actually were angry at the United States and the United Kingdom, basically Westerners, okay? They're angry at Westerners because they, as a people, have been dismantled by a bigger entity that does not like to have the oil in Iran nationalized. Basically, the United States is bleeding Iran dry back then, okay? And in 1979, the Iranian Revolution came as a response to the West's intervention in 1953. Basically, Iranians had had enough. They removed the Western installed leader of Iran back then, and they made sure the United States does not have influence over Iran ever since. Okay? The U.S. embassy there had to close down that day too because of the hostage crisis. Yeah, that's what happened. They are angry about what happened 2 decades prior to that. Okay? And they never forgot it. Now you speak to us as if what they do is always state-sponsored. You don't give us the context as to why. Whose fault is it that the Iranians are actually this way? Huh? Whose fault is it? Not a single ounce of reflection. Not a single ounce of remembering history, because you don't want people to know what the history is between the United States and Iran. If I have to keep cutting you off because I know the context of things, I will, Donald Trump. You are an orange man who's not worth listening to, but I have to listen to you in case that there are any threats made against anyone outside the United States. Because, let's be real, you are on your way to a deeper depth in your own grave. The more you dig deeper, the worse off everyone will be if you're still sitting. They will have no excuse to CW 2024 your ass out of your chair, out of the Oval Office, and plant lead where you stand. Just as we come to an understanding. This is just an understand. This is just to make sure that we have an understanding, Mr. Trump. In the general sense, we hate you. In the general sense.
On the battlefield, victories like few people have ever seen before. Tonight, Iran's navy is gone. Their air force is in ruins. Their leaders, most of them, terrorist regime they led, are now dead. Their command and control of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is being decimated as we speak. Their ability to launch missiles and drones is dramatically curtailed, and their weapons, factories, and rocket launchers are being blown to pieces. Very few of them left. Never in the history of warfare has an enemy suffered such clear and devastating large-scale losses in a matter of weeks.
Wow.
Our enemies are losing in America, as it has been for 5 years under my presidency, is winning, and now winning bigger than ever before. Before discussing this current situation, I also want to thank our troops for the masterful job they did in taking the country of Venezuela in a matter of minutes. That hit was quick, lethal, violent, and respected by everyone all over the world.
There is no solid justification for Venezuela either, okay? I know that Maduro can actually piss off people and can piss off Trump, but I'm actually claiming how Trump does it is never the way to conduct yourself against dictators, no matter how brazen their crimes could be. But I only think that Trump was only attacked personally, and then he retaliated by actually going up against Venezuela and capturing Maduro. I think he only took a personal shot and then he retaliated. That's what I think happened in the events of Venezuela. Okay? I think Trump's emotions were hurt and he had to send the military to get Maduro back to the United States to have Maduro's ass spanked by the law. It's just... this is just a sorry state of a man sitting in the presidency. Just really.
After rebuilding our military during my first term, we have by far the strongest military anywhere in the world. And now we're working along with Venezuela and are in a true sense joint venture partners. We're getting along incredibly well in the production and sale of massive amounts of oil and gas, the second largest reserves on earth after the United States of America. We're now totally independent of the Middle East, and yet we are there to help. We don't have to be there. We don't need their oil. We don't need anything they have, but we're there to help.
Yeah, we don't need their oil. I'm sorry, your gas prices are increasing. Your gas prices are increasing. Shut the fuck up with your delusions. Oh my God.
Fury is necessary for the safety of America and the security of the free world. From the very first day I announced my campaign for president.
You are a fraud. That's what you are, you orange piece of shit. You are nothing but a fraud.
Chanting death to America, death to Israel for 47 years. Their proxies were behind the murder of
whose fault is it that they were actually chanting these? Your own country.
Service members with roadside.
Oh my God. Okay. The fucking lies of this man. The lies of this man. I can't stand him. Oh my God. No context, no reflection whatsoever. None. This man has none of it. God, this is why I hate this guy. We know that he's going to keep lying about these things just to cover himself. Just to cover his ass. Dude, this is just so... oh my God, this pisses me off so much. Can you blame the Iranians for actually arming up after what happened in 1953? Can you blame them? Honestly, I don't expect you to answer, Orange Monster. I don't expect you to answer, but it's quite obvious, isn't it? Yes, it is quite obvious. Wow, the audacity, the fucking audacity. This is so unreal, bruh. This is so unreal.
They were involved in the attack on the USS Cole, and they carried out the countless other heinous acts, including the just horrible, bloody atrocities of October 7th in Israel, something that most people have never seen anything like it. This murderous regime also recently killed 45,000 of their own people who were protesting in Iran. 45,000 dead. For these terrorists to have nuclear weapons would be an intolerable threat. The most violent and thuggish regime on earth would be free to carry out their campaigns of terror, coercion, conquest, and mass murder from behind.
Let me just be very absolutely clear. The US president can definitely be one with the civilians of Iran, considering that they do happen, okay? Again, it can happen, but the president has to contextualize, has to reflect, has to tell what happened way before the IRGC had started to actually shoot civilians. It's already bad enough that the IRGC has its own controversies, okay? But from what I've actually understood about how the Iranians work, factions in between the father and the son, I think they exist within the Guard Corps, the Revolutionary Guard Corps. I think they exist within the Revolutionary Guard Corps. One who is so radical to the point, much radical than the previous. The son is more radical and more extremist than his father is. Okay? Basically, his father is just holding everything else together. He is just speaking diplomatically, answering against every threat, without threats, answering to the call of defensive measure only, and that's it. That's what Iran has been doing. They have not been baiting Donald Trump. No, Donald Trump just likes to push feathers. Donald Trump just likes to actually push buttons. Just because he listens to Israel, because Donald Trump believes, even if he's so stupid, that there is a biblical mandate to protect Israel. Just because Israel has been chosen by God. News flash. In the Bible, Jesus rejected the Jews. Take it or leave it. I don't care.
A nuclear shield. I will never let that happen, and neither should any of our past presidents. This situation has been going on for 47 years and should have been handled long before I arrived in office. I did many things during my 2 terms in office to stop the quest for nuclear weapons by Iran first, and perhaps most importantly, I killed General Qasem Soleimani in my first term. He was an evil genius, brilliant person, a horrible human being, however, the father of the roadside bomb, and he lived just horrible what he did. Iran would have been perhaps in far better, stronger position. He lived, we would have had probably a different conversation tonight. But you know what? We'd still be winning and winning big. And then, very importantly, I terminated Barack Hussein Obama's Iran nuclear deal, a disaster. Obama gave them $1.7 billion in cash, green cash, took it out of banks from Virginia, D.C., and Maryland, all the cash they had, flew it by airplanes in an attempt to buy their respect and loyalty, but it didn't work. They laughed at our president and went on with their mission to have a nuclear bomb. His Iran deal would have led to a colossal arsenal of massive nuclear weapons for Iran.
Okay. We need to debunk this part. We need to try and debunk this part to see if there's really any truth to it. Okay. Donald Trump's claim that Iran deceived the Obama administration, accepted billions, and used those funds to build weapons is a complex assertion with mixed elements of factual, disputed, and misleading information, largely depending on whether one refers to the Iran nuclear deal itself or the 1979 settlement repayment. This is mostly false or misleading. Accepted billions of dollars. The U.S. did not pay Iran billions as part of the 2015 JCPOA nuclear deal. The money released was Iran's own assets, which had been frozen in foreign banks due to international sanctions. Estimates of usable unrestricted funds varied between $20 billion and $50 billion, far less than the $150 billion figure often cited by critics. A separate $1.7 billion payment, meaning $400 million in principal, $1.3 billion in interest, was made by the U.S. to settle a failed arms deal from the 1970s, which coincided with the release of American hostages. Trump often characterized this as ransom or direct funding for weapons, though the Obama administration stated it was a legitimate legal settlement. Actually, I believe it was a legal settlement only. I believe it was really a legal settlement. Used funds to build weapons. Contextually supported, but complicated. While the nuclear deal was designed to curb nuclear capabilities, it did not place restrictions on Iran's conventional military spending or its regional activities. Following the lifting of sanctions, Iran did increase its military spending, which was used to fund regional proxies and advance its ballistic missile program. The ballistic missile program, however, is not nuclear. Now, during the 28 months of the deal was in effect under Obama, the Iran nuclear deal, okay? The International Atomic Energy Agency, or IAEA, reported that Iran was complying with and there was no credible evidence of a secret nuclear weapons program. However, after the U.S. withdrew from the deal in 2018, Iran began reducing its compliance and as of 2024 and 2025, increased its stockpile of high enriched uranium. That means when Trump was president, there is no solid deal of weapons testing. There is no credible evidence of a secret nuclear weapons program. There's only evidence of a uranium enrichment, but it is not a nuclear weapons program. So the U.S. is absolutely aware that when it withdraws, Iran would start back up again, no matter if the U.S. told them not to. Basically, Obama made sure to say sorry for. I think this is what happened. I think Barack Obama has definitely been paying respect to Iran, saying sorry for what happened decades ago. Okay? Even if it was 50 years ago, even if it was 50, 60 years ago. I think that's what's happening. And then when Trump became president, which was a humongous mistake, basically, the United States backed out of the deal. They don't believe that Iran is going to... Okay, hold on. Let me just rephrase this, okay? The United States, under Donald Trump, withdrew from the Iran nuclear deal. They walked away from it. They walked away from it. They don't believe that Iran was complying. But there is a reduction of compliance, but it is only after the United States left. Basically, this still makes it Trump's fault for actually letting this happen. If he didn't want the Iranians to even enrich uranium themselves, why did he leave the nuclear deal? Why did he leave the nuclear deal? So Iran began reducing its compliance, and as of 2024-2025, it creates a stockpile of high-enriched uranium. That's no longer Obama's fault. That's Trump's fault for letting this happen. So he let the threats be because he was the catalyst, because he left the deal. His personal belief is that it was dead on arrival because Iran was using Obama's funding to actually fund a nuclear weapons program. Except here's the thing, when Iran's assets were no longer frozen, that's when they started to recover their own funds to get the uranium enrichment funding. Basically, Trump is lying to us. Trump the entire time was actually lying to us. He's not going after Iran because he thinks Iran has a nuclear weapons deal. He's going after Iran because it was a fucking false flag. And this is the second time now in an attempted invasion. The first attempt was the bombing of uranium enrichment sites, which Iran was pissed about. They have every right to do that because the United States walked away from the Iran nuclear deal. And then this thing, this piece of shit thing that actually happened. This is all kinds of fraudulent activity here. And people still want to believe this man. People still want to believe this piece of shit. Is he for fucking real?
They would have had them years ago, and they would have used them. Would have been a different world. There would have been no Middle East and no Israel right now, in my opinion, the opinion of a lot of great experts. Had I not terminated that terrible deal, I was so honored to do it. I was so proud to do it. It was so bad right from the beginning. Essentially, I did what no other president was willing to do.
You created your own problems, which you forgot was caused by you, you sick fuck. Shut the fuck up, you orange monster piece of shit.
They made mistakes, and I am correcting them. My first preference was always the path of diplomacy, yet the regime continued their relentless quest for nuclear weapons and rejected every attempt at an agreement. For this reason, in June, I ordered a strike on Iran's key nuclear facilities, an Operation Midnight Hammer. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Those beautiful B-2 bombers performed magnificently. We totally obliterated those nuclear sites. The regime then sought to rebuild their nuclear program at a totally different location, making clear they had no intention of abandoning their pursuit of nuclear weapons. They were also rapidly building a vast stockpile of conventional ballistic missiles and would soon have had missiles that could reach the American homeland, Europe, and virtually any other place on Earth. Iran's strategy was so obvious. They wanted to produce as many missiles as possible, and they did.
You are a liar. How many times are people going to have to tell you that you left the deal first? You put Americans in a bad position here by lying to your own constituents here.
This range possible, and they had some weapons that nobody believed they had. We just learned that out. We took them out. We took them all out so that no one would really dare stop them. And their race for a nuclear bomb, a nuclear weapon like nobody's ever seen before. They were right at the doorstep. For years, everyone has said that Iran cannot have nuclear weapons. But in the end, Those are just words if you're not willing to take action when the time comes. As I stated in my announcement of Operation Epic Fury, our objectives are very simple and clear. We are systematically dismantling the regime's ability to threaten America or project power outside of their borders.
And what's this that I actually hear that you're just going to leave Iran and then leave everyone else to clean up your fucking mess? That was a fucking lie. You just had to say that you're going to dismantle Iran. But what was the next thing you said? You're just going to leave Iran and have others actually clean up. You didn't dismantle the Iranian military. You piece of shit. You're making problems out of nothing.
That means eliminating Iran's navy, which is now absolutely destroyed, hurting their air force and their missile program at levels never seen before, and annihilating their defense industrial base. We've done all of it. Their navy is gone. Their air force is gone. Their missiles are just about used up or beaten. Taken together, these actions will cripple Iran military, crush their ability to support terrorist proxies, and deny them the ability to build a nuclear bomb. Our armed forces have been extraordinary. There's never been anything like it militarily. Everyone is talking about it, and tonight I'm pleased to say that these core strategic objectives are nearing completion. As we celebrate this progress, we think especially of the 13 American warriors who have laid down their lives in this fight to prevent our children from ever having to face a new.
They lost their lives because of your meaningless, bullshit, tyrannical operation that you call righteous. It is not righteous. It is a result of greed. It is a result of manipulation. And what you did in between strikes is manipulation. Market manipulation. You wanted your own insiders to actually profit. You wanted your own family to profit. That's what you did. American soldiers died for your profit. That's what happened. That's what you need to say. If you're not saying it until now, you are a fraud. Outright fraud who deserves to get removed from office.
Nuclear Iran. Twice this past month, I have traveled to Dover Air Force Base, and it's been something. I wanted to be with those heroes as they return to American soil, and I was with them and their families, their parents, their wives, their husbands. We salute them, and now we must honor them by completing the mission for which they gave their lives. And every single one of the people, their loved ones said, "Please, sir, please finish the job." Every one of them. And we are going to finish the job, and we're going to finish it very fast. We're getting very close. I want to thank our allies in the Middle East, Israel, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UAE, Kuwait, and Bahrain. They've been great, and we will not let them get hurt or fail in any way, shape, or form.
I'm sorry, but U.S. bases in some regions of the Middle East, except in Iran, have been attacked and have been almost cleared up by Iranian missiles and drones. All right? Stop pretending that this is not going to hurt them. It already did hurt them. And also, stop protecting Israel. Israel might be your friend, but Israel's taking advantage of this just because Iran is in close proximity to them. Can you not fucking see how disadvantageous this makes your situation? I cannot for the life of me believe that you can be this so absolutely stupid.
Many Americans have been concerned to see the recent rise in gasoline prices here at home. This short-term increase has been entirely the result of the Iranian regime launching deranged terror attacks against commercial oil tankers in neighboring countries that have nothing to do with the conflict. This is yet more proof that Iran can never be trusted with nuclear weapons. They will use them, and they will use them quickly.
You are making a fraud out of this information. 2018, you left the deal yourself. And Iran has been producing nuclear material with no proof of weapons testing. And you took a bite out of Israel's intelligence because you're friends with dear old Benjamin. Go fuck yourself. You and Benjamin Netanyahu. Go fuck yourselves. Just please. You are annoying as fuck, both of you.
It would lead to decades of extortion, economic pain, and instability worse than we can ever imagine. The United States has never been better prepared economically to confront this threat. You all know that. We built the strongest economy in history. We're going through it right now, the strongest in history. In 1 year, we've taken a dead and crippled country. I hate to say that, but we were a dead and crippled country after the last administration and made it the hottest country anywhere in the world by far, with no inflation, record-setting investments coming into the United States, over $18 trillion.
You are lying to everyone when you're saying that the economy is not doing so good and people are finding almost everything expensive. Once again, you lie, you orange fuck.
And the highest stock market ever, with 53 all-time record highs in just 1 year. It all positioned us to get rid of a cancer that has long simmered. It's known as the nuclear Iran, and they didn't know what was coming. They've never imagined it. Remember, because of our Drill Baby Drill program, America has plenty of gas. We have so much gas. Under my leadership, we are #1 producer of oil and gas on the planet, without even discussing the millions of barrels that we're getting from Venezuela. Because of the Trump administration's policies, we produce more oil and gas than...
This is something that I may need to start debunking as well. Keeps claiming that the United States has their own oil. Even though the United States produces more oil than it consumes, making it a net exporter, it continues to import and interact with countries like Venezuela and Iran for several structural reasons. Most United States oil from shale, like in Texas, is light, sweet crude. However, roughly 70% of U.S. refining capacity, especially along the Gulf Coast, was built decades ago to process heavy and sour crude from places like Venezuela. It is often cheaper to import the heavy oil these refineries were designed for than to spend billions of dollars refitting them to process the U.S. light oil. Oil is a global commodity. Even if the United States didn't import a single drop, a supply disruption in Iran or Venezuela would cause global prices to spike, immediately raising gas prices for Americans. And while the U.S. produces the most oil right now, It ranks roughly 9th in total reserves. Venezuela holds the world's largest proven oil reserves, over 300 billion barrels, which is more than 5 times the amount currently known to be in the United States. Now, under the current administration, the United States has shifted from sanctions to active partnership. President Trump recently announced that the U.S. has received over 80 million barrels of oil from Venezuela, calling them a new friend and partner. This move is intended to drive the United States gas prices down to $50 a barrel. But that's after they engaged Venezuela and captured Maduro. The slimy fucks. That's not how you conduct yourself as a leader, you orange fuck. The situation is much more hostile in Iran. As of April 2026, the United States is engaged in a military conflict with Iran. Tensions escalated after Iran closed the Strait of Hormuz, a vital waterway through which 20% of the world's oil and gas flows. The United States' objective is this conflict, and this conflict includes securing the flow of oil and potentially taking the oil at key hubs like Karg Island to stabilize global markets. You're supposed to be a net exporter then. Why? Okay, I had to check. How much should the United States spend to build matching refineries for oil they obtain from shale? Building a new oil refinery in the United States to process domestic shale oil is a multi-billion-dollar undertaking, with a small-scale or modular facility might cost between $500 million and $1 billion. $500 million US dollars and $1 billion US dollars. Large-scale, high-complexity refineries generally require an investment of $5 billion to $15 billion. Recent project announcements and industry standards provide that the following cost benchmarks for refineries designed to handle light shale crude. The large-scale greenfield facility costs approximately $5 billion to benefit from economies of scale. Basically 250,000 barrels. Why can't America focus on building refineries which they can benefit from their own resources? Why do they have to take others' oil so that their own refineries can actually process that oil so they can export the refined oil? That's obviously going to cost them more. It's already good that they have their own oil, so why can't they build matching refineries to boot? Isn't that a better investment than just grabbing someone else's oil and then refine it in the United States and then export the refined oil already? Basically, what they're doing is just counterproductive, grabbing oil from other countries just so they can refine it in the United States and then export the refined oil. What they're doing is counterproductive. What the literal hell? Okay, so while it might seem counterproductive at first glance, the U.S. strategy of importing Venezuelan oil to refine and then export is actually a calculated economic and industrial move. It allows the United States to maximize the use of its specialized infrastructure while maintaining a dominant position in the global energy market. Many refineries along the U.S. Gulf Coast, particularly in Texas and Louisiana, were specifically designed to process the heavy sour crude that Venezuela produces. These refineries operate most efficiently when they have a steady supply of this specific type of oil. Without it, they would either have to undergo extremely expensive retrofits or remain underutilized. By refining the cheaper heavy crude from Venezuela into high value products like diesel, jet fuel, and gasoline, the United States companies earn a refining margin that keeps thousands of Americans employed and brings billions in the United States economy. There's got to be a better way than just obtaining oil from different countries, which you can refine. You could just build refineries on the oils that exist in your country. Why can't you do that? Oh my God. Oil is traded globally. The United States exports its own light sweet shale oil to countries that have refineries better suited for it, like those in Europe or Asia. To produce a wide range of products, everything from jet fuel to asphalt, refiners must blend different grades of oil. Venezuelan crude provides the heavy feedstock necessary to create the full spectrum of petroleum products the world needs. If the United States can buy heavy Venezuelan crude at a discount and sell the finished, refined products at a premium on the global market, it is a net win for the United States economy, even if that specific oil never stays in an American gas tank. Some of the seized or imported Venezuelan oil is being diverted into the U.S. Strategic Petroleum Reserve to bolster national security during times of global conflict. Okay, here it is. Many international observers, including officials from Russia and China, have condemned the U.S. actions as piracy and a violation of international law. There it is. Because it is. It simply is. Following the January 2026 military operation that removed Nicolas Maduro from power, President Trump announced that 30 to 50 million barrels of Venezuelan oil would be turned over to the United States. The president stated he would personally control the revenue from selling this oil to benefit the people of Venezuela and the United States. Critics argue this is a recolonization of Venezuela, as the U.S. has no legal jurisdiction to seize and sell a sovereign nation's natural resources. It is all the wrong things combined. Trump should never have gone into Venezuela just like that. Just because he took a personal shot, and then he wants the oil. Absolutely wrong. The U.S. government maintains that these actions are not theft, but rather the enforcement of law and the recovery of their stolen property. The U.S. argues that Venezuela's past theft of American oil company assets, like those of ConocoPhillips and ExxonMobil, justifies these seizures as a form of court-ordered compensation. Countering okay, wait a minute. What? No. No. It does not justify military action, though. It does not justify military action. Okay, this is where I'm having a problem here. This doesn't. This does not excuse military action. The legal and ethical consensus among international experts is that economic compensation for past assets does not justify use of military force. Under the UN Charter, especially Article 2, paragraph 4, the use of force against territorial integrity or political independence of any state is strictly prohibited. There is a prohibition of force. Force is only permitted in self-defense against an actual armed attack or with UN Security Council authorization, neither of which applied here. So his entire point about Venezuela is fraudulent. His entire point about Venezuela is absolutely fraudulent. He has no legal claims to Venezuela. He has no legal claims to Venezuela. And neither does he have any claims of any terrorist attacks coming from Iran directly. No. They fund, yes, but that's only in the hopes that the United States back down. But Trump took it as a personal shot that Iran is funding terrorism directly. They have a code. I don't understand what kind of code it is. They have a system that although it is actually strong, it is a fragile type of power. It is a fragile type of system. Civilians were executed in Iran because of those things. That the system actually gave to both the military and the civilian populace. But that does not excuse another country that claims that it will free the civilian populace from the military. It does not excuse that the country can engage another country with a dictatorship having a very crude and murderous military. Not without any evidence, not without any further investigation. Basically, if there's no motive, don't prosecute the one who does wrong. The one who you believe does wrong. Don't prosecute them unless the one who does wrong has motive. And since there's none that came from Iran that the United States and Israel cannot prove, basically their attack on Iran is in the wrong. No matter what Iran has done, the attacks are proven to be premature, and this happened. Everyone suffers. So yeah, Trump is an outright fraud. You can attempt to change my mind, but there's nothing you can do to convince me otherwise.
Saudi Arabia and Russia combined. Think of that. Saudi Arabia and Russia combined. And that number will soon be substantially higher than that. There's no country like us anywhere in the world, and we're in great shape for the future. The United States imports almost no oil through the Hormuz Strait and won't be taking any in the future. We don't need it. We haven't needed it, and we don't need it. We've beaten and completely decimated Iran. They are decimated, both militarily and economically and in every other way. And the countries of the world that do receive oil through the Hormuz Strait must take care of that passage. They must cherish it. They must grab it and cherish it. They can do it easily. We will be helpful, but they should take the lead in protecting the oil that they so desperately depend on. So to those countries that can't get fuel, many of which refuse to get involved in the decapitation of Iran, we had to do it ourselves. I have a suggestion. Number one, buy oil from the United States of America. We have plenty. We have so much. And number two, build up some delayed courage. Should have done it before. Should have done it with us, as we asked. Go to the strait and just take it, protect it, use it for yourselves. Iran has been essentially decimated. The hard part is done, so it should be easy. And in any event, when this conflict is over, the strait will open up naturally. It'll just open up naturally. They're going to want to be able to sell oil because that's all they have to try and rebuild. It will resume the flowing, and the gas prices will rapidly come back down. Stock prices will rapidly go back up. They haven't come down very much, frankly. They came down a little bit, but they've had some very good days over the last couple of days. We've done actually much better than I thought, but we had to take that little journey to Iran to get rid of this horrible threat. With our historic tax cuts, where people are just now talking about receiving larger refunds than they ever thought possible, they are getting so much more money than they thought. That's from the great big beautiful bill. Our economy is strong and improving by the day, and it will soon be roaring back like never before. It will top the levels that it was a month ago. I've made clear from the beginning of Operation Epic Fury that we will continue until our objectives are fully achieved. Thanks to the progress we've made, I can say tonight that we are on track to complete all of America's military objectives shortly, very shortly. We're going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong. In the meantime, discussions are ongoing. Regime change was not our goal. We never said regime change, but regime change has occurred because of all of their original leaders' death. They're all dead. The new group is less radical and much more reasonable. Yet if during this period of time no deal is made, we have our eyes on key targets. If there is no deal, we are going to hit each and every one of their electric generating plants very hard and probably simultaneously. We have not hit their oil, even though that's the easiest target of all, because it would not give them even a small chance of survival or rebuilding. But we could hit it, and it would be gone, and there's not a thing they could do about it. They have no anti-aircraft equipment. Their radar is 100% annihilated. We are unstoppable as a military force. The nuclear sites that we obliterated with the B-2 bombers have been hit so hard.
Another thing to debunk. It is understandable why that would be hard to believe. The term suppressed often implies the total shutdown. But the reality on the ground as of early April 2026 is much more complex and volatile. In truth, the status summary of Iran: command and control had been severely degraded. There is loss of top leadership, which has slowed decision making. Missile capability has been weakened. There were fewer launches, and they shift to guerrilla-style missile strikes. The regional influence is active. Hezbollah and other proxies remain engaged in heavy fighting. Basically, I think the United States is going to engage those same proxies, but those same proxies will not take this lying down. They will survive because Iran keeps supplying them with weapons. They keep supplying them with resources. And the economic power of Iran remains disruptive because Iran was attacked. Control of oil transit remains a massive leverage point. In short, while the 2026 Iran war has seen Iran's conventional military take a massive beating, the regime has pivoted to asymmetric tactics with economic warfare that keep the region in a state of high intensity conflict. The U.S. military, okay. Economic analysts are looking for 3 specific milestones before prices stabilize again. In the short term, the reopening of the strait is going to be a thing, but it will take some time. The U.S. military began a campaign on March 19 to forcibly open the Strait of Hormuz. If they succeed in securing the passage for tankers, global oil prices could drop by 20 to 30% almost overnight. International agencies are currently releasing emergency oil reserves. This acts as a buffer, but it only buys time. If the blockade lasts past May, these reserves will run low and prices could climb even higher. There's long-term regime stability. With the death of Ali Khamenei and the rise of Mojtaba Khamenei, the conflict has emerged into a grinding phase. Until there is a formal ceasefire or a definitive change in Iranian leadership's ability to harass shipping, insurance premiums for ships will stay high, keeping your costs high at the pump. Most economists predict that inflation in the Philippines will continue to rise through the second quarter, basically April to June. We're not going to see a new normal unless it's going to be several months later, which is bad enough. Basically, things are not good in the Philippines. And I'm still blaming Donald Trump and his so very idiotic administration. It's just, no. Donald Trump is the worst president to even be voted in. Because he made this happen and all of us suffered. I'll be back.